Now that we got a quorum, we'll call the meeting to order for the JKL Fiduciary Grant School Committee meeting. Roll call, please.
Larry Barbeau.
Here.
Sean Borowitz.
Here.
Lana Cosley-Smith did advise she'd be absent. Kimberly Gravel advised she'd be late. Kimberly Hampton.
Here.
Tyler LaPlante. Kimberly Lee. Austin Lowe's.
Here.
Michael McCurchie, he had an appointment that ran late as well, so. Rob McGrory. Aaron Paymont.
Here.
Bridget Sorensen.
Here.
Isaac McKechnie.
Here.
1, 2, 3, 4. He
Okay,
got
on the
7.
agenda, we have the meeting minutes from 8/12/25, 9/9/25, school reports, business, financials, closed session, committee comments. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve the agenda?
Second.
Got a motion and support. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. Need a motion to approve the minutes from 8/12/2025.
So I'll make the motion to approve the minutes from 8/12 and 9/9.
Perfect.
Second.
Got a motion and support. All in favor? All opposed? Motion carried. School reports. Steph.
Hi, good morning. Stephanie Sprecher, Education Director. I'll start out, I'm going to summarize. You all received my written report. We'll go down some of our highlighted areas here. Regarding the government shutdown impact, we're closely monitoring this. We did receive notice from Office of Head Start that some of their Office of Head Start staff may not be available to provide normal oversight, but we're still able to draw down funding, so there's no lapse in funding. Moving on to early childhood education updates. We received our notice of award for year 3 of 5 of our grant recently. St. Ignace bus driver, we're also excited to announce that we just recently finally hired, after 3 years, a bus driver in St. Ignace. So they accepted in September and just recently started, and we're really excited to be able to provide transportation to those families in St. Ignace again.
Yay.
Yes.
I got a question for you. How did they have a CDL or did they have to go for it?
They still have, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I think they had partial, like a part of the requirements, but we are sending them to training for the other part.
Carolyn, do we still do that at the school?
We do.
There you go. Be
Okay.
much cheaper.
I'll check with Chandra because I don't think he has gone yet, so I'll double back after and talk to
I
Chandra.
mean, I don't want to impose anything on you, but it would save the tribe a fortune.
I think Chandra, I don't think she talked to Carolyn, but did know about that and looked into like the specific. It's very, very specific. It's different, I think, the type of, I'll have to look into it. I'll look into it after the meeting.
I would think theirs is more stringent.
It is. It's all the air brakes for.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll double check after
Okay,
the
thank
meeting
you.
on the requirements.
Thanks, Carolyn.
Okay, moving on. Our vacancy number decreased at the early childhood education. We are slowly seeing progress with our teachers. So we still have a ways to go, but also we're excited to say that we have made progress on teachers, and we actually only need 2 more to fill our existing classrooms. After we fill those, and if we maintain our current staffing, we can finally, after so long, start looking at hiring teachers for those vacant classrooms. So that's really exciting as well. We also have a few vacant supervisory positions, so if you know anybody that is looking for a career in early childhood education, we really, really need to fill those. Health specialists, 2 family service specialists, and then we will be posting a education disabilities, that position as well, very soon. Moving on to higher education, all applicants were notified of their determination program or status for the scholarship program, and these awards were released in September, which is a 3-month timeline improvement from last year. Fall 2025 unmet needs grants. So we received 132 total applications, and this was an increase of 60 applications from the last cycle. We did see improvements with timeliness. Students submitted a lot earlier, and we actually had a lot of success this year getting the financial analysis forms from the colleges. So we are wrapping those up, and we're hoping to have those awards out by the end of October. And this is a two-month timeline improvement from last round. So
Hey, I have a question.
making progress. Yep.
My question is, if somebody has timed out and is no longer eligible for Pell, can they still apply for a travel grant?
Well, the deadline has passed and we're in the processing, but yeah, unfortunately, not for this semester. We'll have next semester open
Okay.
later.
Well, will they qualify then, though? Because we can't get if you don't apply for Pell, you can't get a financial need calculation sent to the college. The college could still do a
I was
proposal.
gonna say, that should still show as unmet need, you would think, though, if they're not getting that. So they still should. We can take a look at them, yeah.
Okay, because we require that you apply for federal financial aid first.
Yeah, so. Higher Education Committee, we have one vacancy that has been posted for that committee. This afternoon at the meeting, you all will be approving or affirming an appointment of a new chairman to the committee, Kurt Babcock, and Cheryl Hammock as the vice chair. Moving on to TED grants, we had the summer 2025 TED scholarship round, and we had 89 eligible applicants, and we have 65 to give out, and that was a first come, first serve. We did release the first 10 scholarships, as these were funded by the old TED grant and had to be spent out by September 30th, and we are releasing the others also in the next, hopefully, couple weeks. Unfortunately, at this time, we are unable to open a fall 2025 scholarship round due to lack of grant funding, but we will post any updates in the future on that. Youth Development Fund, in September, we processed 45 youth, so raising our total for this fiscal year so far to 238. Moving on to WIOA, elder employment, we are, since last meeting, we had one vacancy, now we are fully staffed. We have hired, so we have all 8 elder positions filled. Our Youth Work Experience Program application period closed on September 25th. Our program manager worked on placements throughout the tribe and for the 14 youth, and those are starting today. We'll move down to youth education and activities. Unit 5, YEA, is now leasing space in the Marquette Community Center, which is great because over the years they've struggled between Munising and Marquette and being able to have a space to provide more services to our Marquette youth. The Youth Leadership Conference, this is coming up, the 4th Annual Youth Leadership Conference with guest facilitators, Tribal Unite. That is going to take place next month on November 21st at Kuwaitan Casinos. This is open to all students, grades 7 through 12, tribal and non-tribal. So we are working on getting the registrations filled for that. November 21st. The deadline to register for the conference is November 7th. I just met with Melissa Isaac and our CM TED and IEI group, our collaborative group, and we are working on actually adding an adult track as well, having the Michigan Department of Education and CM TED come in and do a big presentation on our history project and other resources. So we're hoping to add that in the morning and push that out really soon and get some registrants for that, possibly Title VI coordinators and Native advisors and administrators. Adult education, as I reported last month, we are working on finalizing plans to do an online GED program. We have Bill Henry at Community Consolidated School Services has that going now for Chippewa, Luce, and Mackinac. So I wanted to make that announcement. So if you know anybody that can't get to a physical location for GED, they are offering now Chippewa, Luce, and Mackinac, and we're working through some things with the state of Michigan on facilitating and funding to then open that up to our entire service area, and then the goal is to do that for at-large members across the state. So we are making progress, but we have to start out with just the 3 counties. And that's all I have right now. I summarized. Thank you.
Any questions for Steph? Hearing none. Carolyn.
Manoa Gajep, Carolyn Dale, Gajama Giwakwe at JKL Bawating Anishinaabe School. When I was here last time, you had asked me to put together a presentation about the possibility of a temporary high school facility, and that's first on the agenda, so I'll talk about that first. Lana, do you happen to have that slide presentation? I would think so. Otherwise, I can go through it verbally.
At the
Yes, it is.
Just a reminder, this is okay for open session. We're open to the membership.
Yeah, I don't think
Dr. Deb, do you have an issue with this being open?
I do not. In fact, I'll be sharing it with my board this afternoon. Okay, so again, we were tasked to go look at the buildings that would be vacated by environmental sciences. So we looked at a variety of buildings. We looked at the Greeno building, the Chippewa Service Building garage, the prior enrollment building, and the prior cop shop. We also looked at the prior child care center as an extra. Okay, next. Our assessment of those buildings, the Greeno building is not appropriate for handicapped persons, and there's no way to mitigate it. So that one was ruled out. The Chippewa Services Building has exposed asbestos, so that would not be, there's a variety of other issues too, but that's really the main issue that we couldn't mitigate. The prior child care center is damp and covered in mold from ceiling to floor, so that was not an option. However, the prior enrollment building was very suitable. It's quite small, along with the prior cop shop, which was also suitable with some slight adjustments. And we thought that perhaps together they would make a really nice temporary little high school campus. Next. So here's the picture of those two buildings. Everyone in the buildings were really nice and showed us around, so that we were thankful for that. And next. This is the inside of enrollment. I know that you've all seen it, but as you can see, the floors are appropriate, the walls, the trim, everything's in, pretty good shape. Next. And this is kind of a really big highlight for me, is that there's a check-in station, and Mr. Thorne and I were thinking that this would be the only check-in place, so regardless if students were in, I'm sorry to keep calling it the cop shop, or enrollment, that this would be the main checkpoint, and it was just really nice that this was already built in.
It's been over 20 years since any town was located there.
Even the scientists call it the cop shop. It's kind of funny.
It used to be the Adams House.
Oh, okay. And this is just another room. Next. The bathroom. There is one bathroom, so believe it or not, a lot of time occupancy is not by the square footage, but it's actually by how many bathrooms you have. So we could probably keep about 25 students in this building. And then next is we have the other building, which I actually thought was a raised modular, but it turns out that it's stick built. Kids would not be going in the basement. And then next, they did put a new pair of stairs in there, which previously had a ramp, so a ramp would have to be reinstalled. So that's one thing. And this is the inside of the, quote, cop shop, and you can see the flooring is quite nice, the walls are nice, the lighting, the windows. Next. And just kind of taking you through the other rooms in the building. And next. And next. And next, please. Some minor improvements that would have to be done, and they're quite minor, would be cleaning and paint, possible bathroom upgrades for the enrollment building. The other building, cleaning, paint, and perhaps a couple wall removals. That would really be super nice if we could do that, because that would open up a longer room for learning labs. We could work around it if that's not possible, though. And then if you go to the next slide, Lana, there's a diagram, and I just did this myself, so it's not to scale. And this just shows kind of the capacity for each based on the number of toilets in a building. And you can see that there's 3 learning labs in the old enrollment building, and in the, quote, cop shop, if we could remove a couple walls, that would really make all the difference. Again, we could work around that. Some of the questions, next slide, sorry. Some of the questions and concerns, considerations that I had was more about the payment and our relationship with the Sioux Tribe, pay for necessary upgrades, and what would the PSA be charged for rent? What is the tribe's timeline and process to commit to this portion of the high school project? Will the PSA be responsible for all FF&E? Can JKL PSA have access to first donations that might be given away out of those buildings? I don't know what's being brought to the new place, and so there were some nice pieces of furniture that I thought we could repurpose. Trying to keep costs down for all of us. And can the greenhouse from Greeno be moved? There is really a nice, I think it probably comes apart in a million pieces, but hopefully we could move that. I'd hate to see it go to waste. Revisioning the current physical plant. I would love to sit down and brainstorm more about that. Is it that we want to completely build just a high school? Do we want, excuse me, I've been under the weather. Do we want to look at expanding the high school to a secondary building and use our current middle school for more space for our whole elementary program? Because again, we're bursting at the seams per usual. We build and we fill, we build and we fill, because the enrollment helps us pay for the buildings that we build. I sounded like Dr. Seuss just there. Technology needs, PSA responsibility and cost, I recognize that. And just next steps moving forward and looking for a permanent structural location. That's another thing that we did is we went with engineer, Mr. Thorne and myself, and we looked behind the building, JKL current building, and we looked across the street. And I think you would all need to kind of come on site as well as the PSA board, and everybody have a firm understanding of what those two spaces look like, and then kind of go from there. And that's all I have for you today. What questions might you have?
Questions? Aaron?
When will natural resources be out?
Not till the beginning of the year.
Beginning of the year?
Yeah,
Yep.
hopefully by February.
Okay, all right. So when they're out, we will have to pay tribal ops for the vacant space. So recapturing rent through space costs or through a lease arrangement makes sense, because otherwise we just incur the cost with a vacant building. I'm glad that it fits our needs on a temporary basis. The greenhouse, there's a greenhouse at Greeno that they aren't using.
Yes, there is.
Oh, that's kind of a nice name for it, the Greeno Greenhouse. And they want to get rid of it, is that what?
No, I wasn't able to talk to anyone about it. I just noticed that it hasn't been used for some time.
Oh, okay.
So I just went inside. It wasn't locked, and it's really quite nice.
You went inside?
Well, it wasn't locked.
Okay, I'm sorry. I did that to St. Isaac Jogues Church when I was 5 years old, and I got in trouble. So the other thing I wanted to say was, for high school expansion, it's always been our plan. It was in the original application, and fortunately, unfortunately, we couldn't find the original application for years, and we couldn't get the BIE to acknowledge that, and so that was the initial delay. That, and we wanted to expand as appropriate so that we could accommodate capacity issues. And so this has always been our plan. When we surveyed the membership in 1992, it was overwhelming. 80% wanted it. We've done survey after survey after survey, and our community wants our own high school. I love the way that you broached this recently with there's always a place for Malcolm, and there always will be. And we have a great tribal member over there that leads. So in doing this in tandem with them, that doesn't interrupt anything they're doing, but will provide an academy of excellence, which we currently don't have. Sioux Schools has gotten a heck of a lot better, but it's not what we could do. There's also the issue of our kids who are prepped, and they're all the way up to 8th grade, and then it almost is a sink or swim when they head over to the high school. And it's not really the place for our people to be, us educating our own people. So I'm glad that you're doing all this work. I'm glad we're moving forward. One other final thing I want to say is that I worked really, really hard to get the high school funding and to get the agreement that they do owe us. And that took Bonnie Brady finding the original application, me communicating that to the BIE, to the secretary, Jewel, at the time, and originally Dr. Russell, BIE director, and then Tony Dearman. And so we have a commitment. It's not like we don't have the money, and there's a moratorium on new schools still, so it's not like they're lining up to support funding schools. We have that commitment already. So we're already that far ahead, and so I think it makes sense to build the enrollment with ISEP funds and also charter funds as these kids come in, and then we demonstrate that we have the capacity and we have the desire and the demand, and then that's how we pay for it. We've never gotten BIE funds to build anything at that school. Everything that we've ever done, we financed and we pay off through the student enrollment. So this is a financially viable option. It's one that the community wants. And so I think as quickly as we can move forward to get ready for next fall, the better. So I don't know how much the cost would be for the space costs, but I have to believe that it's probably close to what a lease space cost would be, and collapse all of those services that, just like what the school does currently. So, so I support it, and I appreciate all the hard work that you've done and what the school staff and our parents, because I know you put together a coalition that includes a lot of parents, and I really want to give credit to the kids, because the students are the one that brought this initiative forward, so I want to thank them too. Thank you.
Hey, Jess, can we narrow down the date for the NDR move? I mean, we're a little over 3 months out. We should have a plan in place already for that. We shouldn't wait till the last minute, because you got to get shipping, receiving to get in there. I mean, the contractors usually, Nomad should be on target for a completion date, so we should have the date when they're going to be completed, when we can move in. Can you also check with Danny to see what kind of furniture they're going to leave, or if they're getting new, or are they relocating all their furniture? And then we need a budget for the facility upgrades and the FF&E, right? And then we're going to need a budget for operational expenditures, so we can see how we can fund it.
I can bring a budget next month. I have a preliminary budget, but I need to finesse it a bit.
I know there is fiber into that building because we feed services, so maybe we can talk to IT and give you a VPN into that facility so you don't have to pay for the service going in there.
Okay. I also think that the utilities are tied. That's what the people who are working there told me, at least. So that's kind of nice.
Yeah, they're,
Tied together to each other, the buildings.
any other questions? I think, does anybody have any concerns about Carolyn moving forward, and Jess?
I don't have any concerns at all. I'm really excited about it. So thank you for all your hard work on this.
Thank you.
Happy to do so.
Anything else, Carolyn?
I just have the special requests. Typically, I would bring these earlier in the year, and I brought them in August and September, but we had,
1 second, Rob's got his
sorry.
hand up.
pardon me.
Rob?
It doesn't have to happen right now, but I think we need to have a serious discussion about, if we're going to move forward with the high school, what is our intentions with Malcolm School? Because, if we move the funding, then essentially we are interrupting what Malcolm is doing. And, a lot of our students end up there because it's credit recovery. So if we're looking to do something completely different, which is an extension of JKL, then are we going to find a way to fund what Malcolm is doing right now? Because right now our funds go over there. So if we're looking to do both, we got to put our money where our mouth is and not say we're going to do both, but then strip the funding away from the kids that need it most.
Aaron first?
Yeah, so Rob, you might have missed the meeting, because that's been an ongoing sort of stress of mine. I have a little different opinion than you do, because we wouldn't need an alternative education if we had a quality education that addressed and catered to all of our students' needs. But the concern that I had before is not a concern anymore, because the agreement that we have with the BIE already outlines that we will continue. This is why I voted for the 2-year expansion the last time for Malcolm. It's not in conflict. It's in the agreement that we can do both. And I also spoke kind of informally with Tony Dearman, and he doesn't see any problem with it because, and this is again comes from Carolyn's leadership, and her vision is that there's always going to be a need for Malcolm. Credit recovery, and for kids who won't fit that traditional education environment, which our environment is not that anyway, but so we will be able to do both, and I would say that we will probably work closely and align. One of the additional benefits is with the resources that we'll have available for any advanced placement courses that we currently can't get. We could collaborate with Malcolm to offer those courses so that we have a greater number. So like advanced calc, physics, those sort of courses that you typically can't get in a public school system anymore, it used to be standard, you can get because we'll have a number of our own students. They'll have a number of students that will do that and want that, and maybe even the high school will want that because they are the same. Malcolm, and sometimes they treat them separately, but they are part of the public school system. So it's no longer in conflict, and we can do both, and it was contemplated because it's already in the agreement.
Will we be funded for both, and will we be able to continue the funding for alternative?
Yes, because the agreement that we have in place right now has both Malcolm and JKL, and because we contemplated this with the expansion of JKL eventually, and as long as you have enrollments, then you have the funding. You have the ISEP funding on the BIE side, and then you have the charter funding on, well, we would have the charter funding on the state side, and the Malcolm already has those funds out of the state aid fund.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense. And, you know, I don't completely disagree with a high school, but I also don't agree that if JKL does everything correctly, there's no need for Malcolm. Because if you look at the student population of Malcolm, it's not 100% JKL. There's a fair amount of them, but you have roughly from year to year, you have a 60% Native American population, with 90% of them being Sioux tribe, and roughly 10 to 15 or 20 JKL throughout the school. So if JKL did everything right, they might make up 25% of that. There's still going to be a need in the district. So we can't do away with it. With the kids that need it most, it's their last stop. It saves people.
Couldn't agree more.
So I have a couple questions regarding the funding. So we receive BIA funding for K through 8th grade, and then we send some over to Malcolm to supplement what they do for our kids in what grades, Aaron?
So there's a little bit of confusion about that because the original agreement said 9 and 10. That's what we counted in the original account. But the way Sandy explained it last time was that it's not limited to that. So over time, I think we just, I don't know how it happened, but I'm glad that it did. We added 11 and 12. So we do get ISEP funding, I believe. We get ISEP funding for 9 through 12 over at Malcolm.
Well, I mean, in the original agreement, we were going to help out with the kids that went over there in 9th and 10th grade. And I think last year we had the conversation, we weren't even sure whether or not there are any Sioux Tribe students in 9th and 10th grade. And the amount of funds that we send there are in the 6 figures. I can't remember the exact amount, but I mean, I'm supportive of Malcolm, but at the end of the day, it's a public school. We have a lot of Sioux Tribe members that are in their 11th and 12th grade in particular when they need to get caught up with credits because, you know, maybe they transitioned from JKL to the high school. It didn't work out. Then they have to go to Malcolm later on in their high school career and make up those credits. But for 9th and 10th grade, I don't think that there's an incredible amount of students there, and that's what Carolyn's trying to do is provide that transition, 9th grade. Right, Carolyn? Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Okay, so.
I think the way that Sandy explained it last time, because I had that same concern, because you look at 9 and 10, grades 9 and 10, and the numbers were really small, and I thought the agreement was still only 9 and 10. But the way Sandy explained it, over time, we matriculated and add 11 and 12, and the numbers are on 11 and 12. The greater numbers 11, 12, not 9 and 10. So, and I think you're right. I think the advanced preparation that we give them at JKL doesn't match with what they get at Sioux schools. And so we see a drop-off at grades 9 and 10. That's a critical age. That's where they decide whether they're going to finish high school or not. And if we had those students in 9 and 10, then they could choose to go to the high school, they could choose to go to Malcolm, or they could choose to stay at JKL, and we will give them the best head start, so.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm supportive. I'm supportive of creating the high school, transitioning with the ninth grade, and then possibly other grades after that. I mean, if we're being real, it will have an impact on Sioux schools because you're going to take students from those schools, and then you're going to have them in our school. Funding will be affected, but I'm still supportive. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, I'm an advocate for Sioux Tribe students, not Sioux area public schools, period. So that's my stance.
Robert?
Well, Sioux Tribe students heavily populate Sioux area public schools. So until we have enough seats at JKL to put every single Sioux Tribe student, you should probably advocate within the Sioux area public schools. We have to, and I can explain a little bit about what the numbers for ninth grade mean when they're small. Okay, so when you have a 10th or 11th grader who has 4 credits, on paper, it says they're a junior. They're actually a freshman, and they need a lot of help. So, like I said, I'm not against the JKL high school. I think we do a great job at JKL. You guys do an excellent job. I'm really proud of the school over there. But I am under no circumstances willing to leave all the kids behind that need us most. So if we could continue the funding, and that's the truth, then I'll be on board. If not, I'm going to make noise about it. So until we find a way to make sure that we are providing that safety net for the kids who are on that brink of not getting a GED or diploma, we absolutely have to make sure that we do not leave them behind in this transition.
Aaron?
So I'm looking at the numbers from 2024. This is what caused my original concern, is the number of ninth graders in 2024 that were tribal was 0.
Exactly.
Also, their non-tribal number is low, too. Their non-tribal is only 3 in ninth grade. And then 10th grade, the non-tribal was 12. The tribal was 3. So when I first looked at this, I thought.
But here's another thing.
Yep.
You don't know whether or not it's Bay Mills, Sioux Tribe, other
That's
tribes.
right. It could be no Sioux Tribe. So when I first looked at that, I was really concerned because I thought, we're giving away basically roughly, I think, if we had full enrollment, it would be like $100,000 for each grade level or a little bit more than that. So it would be like $200,000 for 3 tribal kids, not knowing if they were Sioux Tribe or not. And then they do increase in grades 11 and 12, but even in grade 11, tribal kids is only 13, and 12th grade is only 20. And so the other thing is, if we think about Sioux Tribe, right, Sioux Tribe kids that attend public schools, it used to be that we were the minority, that we were educating the minority of Sioux Tribe. That's not the case anymore. When we prepped for the BIE consultation, JKL now has the majority of Sioux Tribe members, children's, that attend our school system. So over the years, they've exited the public schools, they attend our school system. And so we originally planned, and our community said, we want a high school. So why are we not providing continuity of education for our kids that are a majority that are in our own school system now? When they hit 9th grade, they have to make a choice. The parents have to make a choice and move them either to the public schools or to Malcolm or to Red Yard, because some will transfer to Red Yard as a result. We shouldn't let down or drop off at 9th grade. We have a majority of K through 8th grade of the kids that attend K through 8th grade attend our school system right now. We have more than the Sioux area public schools do. So we should provide that quality education for all of our children that attend school, and they shouldn't be cheated at 9th grade.
Yeah, and if I can say, okay, so I have 2 kids that go to JKL. One of them's disabled, and I can tell you firsthand that the quality of education that they get there is on par with a private school. I mean, every measurable, the classroom size, the support that's in the classroom, with each classroom having a parapro, special education services, free lunches, free breakfast, free snacks, brand new school equipment outside, brand new cafeteria. It's the absolute best of the best. And every time you have families transition out of there in 8th grade, they say the same question: why don't we have a high school? And they never say, we want a high school as long as it doesn't impact X, Y, or Z. They want a high school, they're Sioux Tribe families, and I mean, you guys do such a good job that there's a waiting list with non-tribal kids to go there. And I can't find a single piece of programming or operations in the Sioux Tribe that rivals what you guys are doing, period. And I mean, I wish I could, but there's nothing in the Sioux Tribe where people are lining up to get that service based on everything else that's in the community. You guys are the best of the best, and I have no doubt that that level of excellence will continue when you guys get to high school. But I mean, that's my expectation as a parent. You know, when my kids leave that school, when they get to 8th grade, I'm really hoping that there's going to be a high school there, just for the accommodations that you guys provide, with the quality of education, with the extracurriculars, the sports, the summer camps that you guys send people to, Washington, D.C. I mean, I could go on and on and on. I have nothing but praise for the work that you guys do. I really do. And that's my expectation and my hope, that we'll be able to continue and expand what you guys have built, because it's, I mean, there's been a lot of changes in Sioux schools. I mean, we don't need to go down there. We don't need to kick Sioux schools while they're down. But I mean, the community wants this high school as well, not just the tribe.
Kim?
Okay, Aaron, you've been on enough education committees with me to know that, like, what date did they do that count? They always did the count for the students, and after the count was done, we saw a trend of them being sent to Malcolm.
Yeah, the state is the third Friday, if it's still the third Friday.
So I'm thinking if we saw a different report 2 months later, the numbers might be higher.
I think that was from Sandy, though, wasn't it?
And it was.
Well, yeah, because they have a count on a certain date.
October 1st.
The second quarter of marketing period of 2024 is the last one. But Sandy's on, so she might have.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe she can clear, because remember when we used to do our counts and then we'd see a big shift of students after the count? Because when you do the count, they get the money, not once they're shifted.
I think you're right. I think it's likely to be, though, that they're tribal kids who aren't quite making it at the high school, not JKL, because we don't have that
Right, it's the
option.
high school I'm talking about. When the
then-
count's done, they get shifted.
They start missing class or
Yep.
whatever, and then we find an option for them at Malcolm for credit
So
recovery.
Sandy's on, so we'll ask her for
Okay.
the numbers from
But that
last
did
year
happen
at
quite
the
a
end of
bit.
the year.
Yeah.
You're right.
Is that all you had, Kim? Kim?
Yep, yep, just a point.
No other questions? So I think we're trying to put the cart before the horse. Let's get the financials and see if this is a feasible solution, and then we'll explore every option, whether it's Malcolm or the high school.
If I have questions along the way financially, can I just consult Bill or Mr. Conley?
Yes, please.
Mr. Bell.
Mr. Bell, yes. And Carolyn, you and your staff do a fantastic job over there.
Thank you.
John, the school looks awesome. I mean, the upgrades look really good, and I see you use that storage building quite a bit. I see trucks coming and going out of there every day. Amazing.
I think the highlight is that we work closely together and make sure that the tribe's interest, the kids' interest, the school's interest, which are the kids, back to the kids again, is at the forefront at all times.
Yeah, and the bus garage, I didn't think about it until I seen the buses parked in there, and I thought, wow, those bus drivers got to be tickled pink. They don't have to shovel off 4 feet of snow off a bus. I mean, that must take you 2 hours, right?
Yeah,
Crazy. Thank you.
you're welcome. The second thing that is on the agenda are the special requests. I started to say earlier, I brought this in August and September, but it just didn't work out. We had so many other things to cover that I thought I would bring it back this month instead. So the gardening program request, there's a cover sheet that I hope you got. It's updated. I brought this back in August as well, but the gardening request is a total of $10,700, so I'm requesting $6,420, which is 60% from the tribe. That covers gardening Anakawin, which basically means forest, and the study of, so it's that land-based learning piece, and food sciences, and then utilizing the new greenhouses. And this also is service learning for the senior garden, the elders garden. for our seniors. And then the second, we had a big change to this one. You could see previously, I left it right in there. It was $32,874 for parent involvement. This is all family involvement that we do at our school. And Chairman Lowe has mentioned several things that we do. It has increased substantially, and if it can't increase that much, that's fine. But we were made aware by Northern Michigan University that this is our 30th anniversary. So building on what Director Paymont said, we went back, we looked at the original application, we read every piece of documentation, and we were able to determine that this is indeed the 30th year that JKL is in operation, starting as a tribal school. So to honor that, we would like to have a 30th anniversary homecoming Jingtamuk, where the alumni will be invited back and honored.
I have a question.
Yes.
Hey, so the lead dancer for the men and women for the first powwow we had was me and Debbie Pine. We should see if she'll do it with me again.
I would love that. I'm not sure how Debbie would feel, but. But really, it's those sort of things that we'll be reaching out to get that information from people, because those are the little details I don't have, all the things before I got there. And then gifted and talented, we're asking for 60% of 57,698, which is the school-wide enrichment model of the Woodlands Guide Dancers, the STEAM Museum, all the things that we do for all kids for talent development. Academic competitions, field trips, family events that are not under the parent involvement umbrella, and subscriptions and professional development. And then for culture and language, we're asking for 60% of $40,000 for canoe building. Actually, the PSA board just purchased the canoe building, so whether or not you wanted to refund at 60% or not would be up to you. I just want to be very transparent, because that just happened in our building. And then, excuse me, and then Rosetta Stone, that would be available to all of our families, our staff, everyone. And then staff language classes taught by our 3-5 language teacher, Vivian. So those are all the special requests at 60%.
So you're requesting roughly $104,000.
Yes.
Aaron?
I'll make a motion, and then I have a comment.
Well, I'd like to ask Bill if we,
Well, I can second it, and then we can open up for discussion.
yeah,
Yeah.
got a motion and support. Hey, Bill, can we afford this?
Well, there's probably a number of these items that are not BIE fundable, so we would use our interest earnings if the committee approves those. So I would say yes.
Bill, is it going to impact financially other projects that we're doing with the school down the road? Like, this isn't going to come back to bite us or anything? You're confident we can afford it?
Yes, I don't know how much it's recurring, but if the committee would approve it, down the road as well, but I don't see an impact that this would have on anything else that we have going.
Okay. Well, like I always say, we receive these funds because we have the school. This isn't coming out of tribal support. So as long as you're saying that we can afford it, and Dr. Dale, as long as you're saying you need it, I'm on board.
Any other questions? Aaron?
Hey, so I would say the cultural language one might not end up being that much for two reasons. One reason you just said, but the other reason is because when I was out of office, I wrote the National Native Language 10-year revitalization plan, and Red Lake, no, not Red Lake. It's Wind, Chairman Wind's tribe, Mille Lacs Band did a Ojibwe Rosetta Stone, and they were giving it away for free for tribal members, and there was a really reduced cost for other Anishinaabe. So there might be a really cheaper option for us to acquire rather than go directly with Rosetta, because the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe, our same Anishinaabe, they already worked through all of the language, the syntax, the verb noun agreement, all of that, and that might still be available. So your cost might be less than that. So, and you could reach out to Chairman Wind and see if we can get access to it.
Any other questions? Got a motion and support. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried.
And that's all I have for you today.
Thank you. Sandy?
Turn. Please don't mind, it looks to me today, it's homecoming week, and today is Dress Like Student Day, so I took full advantage of wearing my pajama pants and sweatshirt today. So it sounds like there's kind of lots of questions around just finances and numbers, which I'll try to clarify a little bit. So yes, when you look at our numbers of freshmen and it says like 0 to 3 or 0 to 5, so what we do at Malcolm, say they come to Sioux High and technically like 0 to 6 credits puts you as a freshman, kind of tiers up from there. And so if they come here, they're technically a freshman, but we put them in the grade level they're technically supposed to be in, like age-wise or how many years were in high school. So at Sioux High, they're identified as a freshman per credit, and they're in 11th grade. We put them in 11th grade, but the Bureau has allowed us to do it by credits. So technically, they can be counted as freshmen to the Bureau because credit-wise, that's where they are. So the systems kind of don't align as like probably the numbers I'm giving you, so I'm gonna have to report that to you guys a little bit different. And I think that's probably the first confusion. And then I think Kim's question about when our numbers change, that's usually at the quarter. So every quarter, we enroll new students, and you'll see those numbers. What happens is a lot of kids do, and that has been a past thing for JKL a little bit, because if you're in that middle school JKL, and you get to that big high school, it's sometimes overwhelming. And so we see at kind of quarter, they give it a try. That's usually only a couple students. It's just, they're used to the smaller space. And so that's when we'll see like usually a flux of our freshman, sophomore coming in right after like that first quarter, first semester when they start getting behind. I will say we've done a much better job identifying students early on and trying to get them here before they get too far behind. Because for a few years, I wasn't getting them until their junior, senior year, and then they were getting just 19 and 20 years old to be in school, and they drop before I ever can get them a diploma. So we spent some time trying to just identify early on and getting them to me sooner than later. So I don't know if that clarifies your question there. And so even when we say we have seniors that we're identifying for Bureau purposes, within the system, they're juniors or seniors on our books, but credit-wise, they still qualify in that junior category. And I don't know, Bill could probably pull the numbers as to how many we qualify for ISEP each year and what that total actually looks like that we generate. That I've never, I guess, asked for or looked at. But I think you guys could probably easily pull how much you actually make from ISEP from our students and what we contract with. And I don't know if that's to the good or to the bad. So that might be something we want to take a peek at. I also want to say I wholeheartedly appreciate you guys even thinking about Malcolm. Like Austin said, we are Sioux schools. You guys don't even have to worry about or think about what we're doing over here. But just having the tribal population we do, I appreciate the fact that you're still considering contracting with us. And I don't know who said it, maybe Aaron. In a perfect world, you're right. I tell everybody, if you could work me out of a job, that would be ideal. I just spent 3 days in Detroit at the Empower Ed weekend, working on equity in education. And the biggest thing was, how do we compete with money, right? And I think that's kind of a Sioux Schools, JKL's kind of thing. Like, it's really hard for us to compete when you guys have the best of the best. And I've always said, I will support anything, whether it's high school, middle school, whatever, that supports our tribal kids, and especially our most at-risk kids. Like, they are the ones who need us the most, that need the funding. I got to sit a luncheon policy. I sat at a round table with Senator Camilleri and Representative Tim Kelly and our new state superintendent, and we talked about that. We talked about how to retain teachers in rural areas. How do we make equity for all? I toured 3 Detroit schools that are very different. One was an Academy of Excellence. One was a East Side school. We talked about the teacher being the number 1 impact, whether you're teaching out of a box or in a beautiful building, but all different. But just, that's kind of the hard part. And I get usually the bottom 10% of or academic students at Sioux High. Numbers wise right now, I have about 40 in the building right now. So our count, like freshmen, I have 4, 10th grade I have 7, 11th grade I have 11, and 12th grade I have 14. But again, that's where I have them in our system, but I can pull the numbers as to where they actually align in the Bureau credit-wise to get funding for them.
Hey, Sandy,
So,
could I ask a question on that?
Absolutely.
So you mentioned numbers, so 4, 7, 11, and 14. Are those Sioux Tribe students or Native American students in those age grades?
so those, I'm gonna double check on that, because I had my Native advisor pull me those numbers, and I asked her for tribal students, but I didn't have her break it down, but I can break it down by Sioux Tribe students, other tribes, and then we also used to look at how many are coming from JKL, so I can pull that number for you easily. When I get off this meeting, I can email that out if you would like.
That or next month, I'm just curious how many Sioux Tribe students that we have in each grade based on their
Okay.
age and then based on their credit, just so I can understand this better.
Yep, no problem. And majority of them are Sioux Tribe. I have a few that are, maybe one Bay Mills and one, I think, out of First Nations, but I think a majority of them are Sioux Tribe.
Okay, I appreciate it.
From Bay Mills.
Any other questions regarding numbers or budgets or anything like that?
Hey, Sandy, so let's say you got 3 Bay Mills children there. Do you ask Bay Mills for any financial assistance? Because if you're turning those, you could turn those into ISEP and receive funds.
We have never, I guess, reached out to tribes for financial assistance. They'll get counted in like our Title VI count, but we've never asked tribes for money per se for that. And then I
Just a
guess,
thought
I don't know that
going
either.
down the road, right? But first,
For
let's see the
ISEP
numbers.
For ISEP, does it count all tribal students? Like when Amanda turns over, like, we do our attendance each week, and Amanda sends it over to Carolyn MacArthur. Does that all tribal students, or is that just Sioux Tribe that we count?
I think it might be all, but we'll have to
Okay.
check. If it isn't, then we need to get that clarified, because I do think they would qualify. Like Bay Mills especially, they would qualify. So, hey, also, we don't want to work you out of a job. We want to work you into a job.
Well, thank you, but like I said, in a perfect world, we shouldn't need alternative education, right?
Carolyn, will you look into that, please?
Yes.
Okay, continue, Sandy.
So yeah, anybody have any questions on, I don't know if I explained it well enough or not, but I will say Latin Power Ed Weekend, I come back from there and it's, there's 300 to 600 educators, a lot of principals, superintendents, so it's a wonderful weekend. I learn a ton of information down there, and it's just very impactful because it's everybody dealing with poverty in education, so love that training. Other than that, just some updates. I did get to meet with Stephanie and Bill last month, so we went over budget and the new contract, so I will be sending out the quarterly reports. I went over kind of what the expectation is there, so you'll be getting those. And other than that, we just have some upcoming events. We have Dr. Dan Nineham from the Oneida Nation coming on Wednesday to do Indigenous games with our PE classes, and then he's going to do an evening session for our family engagement night. So we're excited about that. We have some kids going to manufacturing day, or 9th graders, on Thursday. The 22nd, we're taking a group out to the Bay Mills Community College Career Fair. And then we have our end of the quarter, which I can't believe is coming up this quickly, Student Appreciation Day, which just is a school-wide event for everybody. So that's kind of my update, if anybody has anything for me.
Any questions for Sandy? No, thank you, Sandy, and we appreciate what you do.
Miigwech, thank you.
William?
We could start with Mr. Thorne, give an update on the projects at the school as they are winding down.
The sick mic.
The canopies will be in on the 24th. That should take a couple weeks for the covered walkways. Yeah, it'll be sharp. Putting new doors in the end of this month, so we'll have 8 sets more of doors going in. Then they'll be all new. What's next?
Greenhouses?
Oh, yeah, sorry. The tribe got the RFP for the greenhouses. Currently, they're putting the slabs in, and once they're done, then they're gonna assemble them. So they should be up mid-November, I'd say. So, and as far as that, all the projects are winding down. The pavilion is, yeah, that's a greenhouse project too, so we have a big pavilion going at the same time that they're gonna put the slabs for the greenhouses. And that'll be up to by hopefully December.
Perfect. Any questions for John? Hearing none. Back to you, Bill.
Okay, the financials, I sent out August, around the 20th of September. I don't know if there's any questions on those. We haven't really felt any impact from the hiatus that they have in Washington, but we did get a number of our dollars up front in July and August. So we're not feeling any impact there at all on our finances. And so,
I want to say that it makes sense for us to be involved at the national level, because the reason why we aren't fiscally impacted is because we're forward funded. The BIE schools are forward funded because about 8 years ago, I was served on TIBIC, and we were pushing for advanced appropriations for all of funding for tribes. But our first foray was forward funding for the BIE. So we're funded in advance, just like advanced appropriations for HHS. The other thing, and I gave this quick update before we started today, is that I checked in on both the team, the native team, because I'm concerned about them, at both the BIE and also in Department of Ed, Office of Indian Ed. And so far right now, while several of them are furloughed, they're not terminated. So they're not in that big exodus, because Department of Ed announced that they had slashed a whole bunch of special ed are gone. Half of the special ed is gone now. But as far as Indian education funding generally and BIE funding right now, we seem to be okay right now, so.
Go ahead, Bill.
okay, of the 3.7 million that we received in ARPA funds a few years back, at the end of September, we have about 134,000 left. So we have put that to good use, and everybody knows, the different projects that were accomplished, and hats off to the school and to Mr. Thorne and for seeing those to fruition. We still have a couple dollars left to spend, as he mentioned, but we're on track. We might have a little extra, and I think that we could probably put that to some enhancements in the projects that were funded to begin with. So I think we're in good shape there. That's all I have.
Any questions for Bill? Kim?
Not quite for Bill, but I was looking at things saying purchase of 2 new buses. Did you ever think of getting like one of the smaller buses? Because every time I'm going to the island when the bus is crossing, 4 or 5 kids get off a big old bus. And I was thinking if you had the shorter bus, because when I was going to school, we had the short one for the south end of the island, because there wasn't that many down there, and then they would meet us. But I'm just
that's
thinking,
a really legitimate question. And our buses, because of the ages of our children, have to have air brakes, and the smaller buses are not equipped with air brakes. But another idea might be 15-passenger vans, but then that would also limit us with the younger kiddos. So I will definitely keep on the legal side of that to see if there's ever, something changes, because I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah,
It's hard to
I'm
see
always
that
like,
great big old bus with 2 or 3 kids on it.
and then I have to wait in line again. No.
Oh, I know.
Any other questions? Committee comments? Any comments? Motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Motion support, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, all. Appreciate it.
Okay, guys, let's take 5-10 minute break before we start the regular workshop. So we're going to do agenda review. We're going to cover as much as possible. The first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 resolutions that are listed, we're not going to cover because we workshopped them today, and that would be super redundant and a waste of time. So the first one that we'll talk about is authorization of PFAS and NTN water quality testing.
Sorry, I didn't know if we were ready. Hi, everyone. My name is Danny Fagan. I'm the Director for the Natural Resources Division. So this first resolution that we're talking about today is authorization to enter into a contract for PFAS and NTN water quality testing. This contract will be with the Wisconsin State Lab of Hygiene and the National Atmospheric Deposition Program. This was paid for through Inflation Reduction Act funding and the Clean Air Act programs, and it supports the expansion of tribal air monitoring activities.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments from the board? All right, let's fly through these, Danny. Next one would be NRD application to 2025 WNS grants to states and tribes.
Yep, I can go quick. So this one is for approval to apply for funding to support building tribal natural resources division capacity and understanding bat ecology, given bat's important role in ecology in northern Michigan.
All right, very good. Questions, comments? Hearing none. Next resolution, please.
This last resolution for NRD is to apply to the Combined Clean Air Act 103 and CERG grant program. This would provide funding to expand our air quality program, including radon testing and mitigation in residential areas.
All right, very good. Any questions here? All right, thanks, Danny. Appreciate it.
Yep, thank you.
Next up, Michigan Indian Elders Association Tribal Elder Appointments. Katie?
Hello, Katie Peabody from Elder Services. The intent and purpose of this resolution is to move an elder from the alternate position to the recently opened delegate position, and then appoint a new elder to fill the alternate position.
Okay, could we list the names as a refresher to the board?
Yes, so Del Powers will be moving from alternate to delegate, and then Diane Campo will be named to the board.
Okay, very good. Questions, comments from the board? Okay, hearing none, we will move on to Mackinac County Winter Maintenance Cooperative Agreement.
Hello.
Hey, Wendy, how you doing?
Hello, I'm doing well, thank you. I'm online today. This resolution is requesting authorization to enter into a co-op agreement with the Mackinac County Road Commission. This is an agreement that we have had for several years, and this contract will allow us to assist with covering the maintenance cost for maintenance of Mackinac Trail and 3 Mile Mackinac in Mackinac County, Michigan.
Okay, thank you, Wendy. Any questions or comments from the board? All right, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next resolution on tonight's agenda will be award Windemuller, I probably mispronounced that, surveillance contract. Tammy?
Hello, Tammy Graham, Recreation Director. So this resolution is to award our surveillance contract to Windemuller to replace the camera system at the Big Bear Arena. We did work with IT Security, our facility tenants, and Sioux Tribe law enforcement to look at areas that needed coverage and to meet the current technology needs. Our system currently is from 1996, so it needs a full replacement. It is in our budget. I'm just looking for approval today to have the contract awarded.
Yeah, any questions or comments? Okay, thank you, Tammy. Appreciate it. All right, Joel, this next one's for you. Health Division Lease Agreement, RNG Enterprises.
Hello, Joel Lumsden, Assistant Health Director. I'm here today to present the acceptance of a lease of RNG Enterprises for space for the Health Division. It's the property adjacent right across the road. We've been doing research, and essentially we'd want to engage in a short-term lease to evaluate the property, to avoid any potential pitfalls with the property, to ensure that we get what we think we're going to get. It's ultimately a good, nice piece of property.
So we're going to rent this. If it works out, you're going to come before the board, see if they want to purchase it, right? That's
Yep.
the long-term plan?
Yep.
Okay. Questions, comments? Okay, can you let us know how much the monthly lease payment is?
It is $4,000 a month.
So pretty
For
affordable.
for 3 months.
Okay, all right. Questions, comments? Okay, let's move on to the next one then, which is granting authority to update titles / names in all government HR policies. Thank you, Joel.
Hi, Ashley Samuelson, Interim HR Director for Governmental. There's next, 6 of them. The first one is the granting authority.
Actually, if you're okay with just covering that first one, so a lot of the resolutions that follow are common sense, and just to save time, like rescinding a calling card. I mean, do people use calling cards anymore? Pager policy, stuff like that. Are you guys okay with skipping that stuff? Okay, so let's just cover granting authority to update titles, names.
Do you want to cover that one? Yeah.
So this resolution was brought forward since a lot of our policies, there have been some job title changes and department name changes over time, such as moving from executive director to CEO and MIS department to IT department. And this resolution just grant HR the authority to be able to update all policies whenever a job title or department name or a federal or state agency name changes, to automatically keep our policies up to date with the latest names and titles.
Appreciate it, Josh. Any questions, comments? All right, thank you. The next one that we'll cover is National Congress of American Indians 2025 Annual Convention Delegates and 2026 Dues. Do we have Mike McCoy on? You covering for him? Okay, great.
This resolution is for the 2026 annual dues in the amount of $12,000 to NCAI. In addition, it is appointing the delegates for NCAI, Austin Lodes as the delegate, and then the remaining board members as alternates. In addition, it lists Mike McCoy as an alternate and Mike Pins as an alternate.
Okay, any questions or comments? Aaron?
So the delegate can delegate to one of the alternates. But one thing that I checked on when I saw this is there's a signature line for each one. And I checked with NCI to see if that was required. It's not required. And I just want to share that because that's going to make your job a hell of a lot harder if you got to get every signature. We don't need signatures for the delegates. So we could, without objection, if you could just take that off. And I think that's it.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, thank you, Jess.
You're welcome.
All right, Helen, could you cover the next two? That would be lease modification to Bruce T. Osborne lease, and then residential land lease, Michelle Lackey and John Lackey.
Yes. So the first resolution is to add Sharon Nelson to Bruce Osborne's land lease so that the two of them are both on it in case something happens to one or the other.
Any questions there, guys? Straightforward. What's the next one about?
The second one is to allow Michelle Lackey and John Lackey to have a land lease of a property that is for sale. And right now that is in the tribe's name and will move to them if this is approved.
All right, thank you. Any questions, comments? Thank you, Helen. All right, so.
Thank you.
Maria, could you cover the next two, which would be Bureau of Indian Affairs right-of-way roads and Bureau of Indian Affairs right-of-way utilities? Oh, I've been notified that Vern, you will cover those for us.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
The BIA right-of-way for the roads and the BIA right-of-way for the utilities is for the Savard property. It's what's needed to move forward with getting the approval from the BIA to work and do our construction on this property.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments there? Okay, and then the utilities would be something similar, correct?
Yes.
Okay, any questions there? Okay, thank you, Vern. Next resolution we'll cover is authorization entering into Sackler family opioid settlements.
All right, this resolution will grant the tribe's approval of entering into the Sackler family settlement. This is connected to the Purdue Pharma bankruptcy, the opioid manufacturing lawsuits that we were part of, various lawsuits. The Sackler family is the owners of Purdue Pharma. They entered into a separate settlement with the tribes and states, and this would approve our entry into that agreement. If a certain number of tribes participate, 85%, then we'll see the biggest payout. But the exact amount of money that our tribe will receive is yet to be determined, and it'll be paid out over 15 years, starting in 2026.
Thanks, Ryan. Any questions, comments from the board? All right, so the last resolution that we have is sponsored by you, Sean, Out-of-State Tribal Board and Chairman Travel. Real briefly, you want to describe to the membership what it is?
Just that, I introduced this about 70 days ago, I think, and we were going to talk about it in a board workshop, and I don't know if we ever did or not, and I just think it needs to be brought up again to curtail some of the travel expenses because of the budget shortfalls that we're in.
Okay, we'll talk about this during the meeting. I'm sure there'll be a lot of hands going up, so let's move on to new business. Under relinquishments, we have Justine E. Ness requesting relinquishment to be a surrogate, I believe. We've talked about this. Questions, comments? Okay, so we'll move past that. And committee appointments for well, we have a lot of them. Yeah, so there's committee appointments in Unit 2, Unit 4, Elder Advisory Committee, Child Welfare Committee, Higher Education Committee. You guys have it all in front of you. Does anyone want to discuss any of it? Okay, so we'll move on from that. And then Sean, you put on there tribal license plates. I assume we can just give an update with our progress from the Tribal State Summit during the meeting? Okay, so this looks like it's it. So we'll be in recess for 8 minutes, and at 5 o'clock we'll start the meeting. is 5 o'clock, so everyone needs to get back to their seat. I'm going to call this meeting to order. We shall start with roll call, please.
Larry Barbu.
Here.
Michael McCurchy.
Here.
Bridget Sorensen. Here. Tyler LaPlante.
Here.
Kimberly Hampton.
Here.
Rob McRory.
Here.
Kimberly Gravel.
Here.
Isaac McKechnie.
I am here.
Kimberly Lee.
Here.
Sean Borowitz.
Here.
Lana Cosley Smith. Aaron Paymont.
I'm here and in good standing.
Austin Lowe's.
I'm here. All right, guys, we have a quorum. On today's agenda, we have the following items. We have invocation, membership participation, minutes from 9:16 of 25 and 9:25 of 25, and the following resolutions. School Fiduciary Committee FY26 budget modification, BIA Forestry Funds FY25 budget mod, Black Tern and Mud Puppy, establish FY25 budget, Coastal Wetland Monitoring, establish FY25 budget, Invasive Species Surveillance, establish FY26 budget, Manuman Habitat Suitability, establish FY26 budget, Manuman Restoration, establish FY25 budget, authorize PFAS and NTN water quality testing, application to 2025 WNS grants to states/tribes, apply to combine CAA 103 and SIRG grant. We have MIEA elder appointments. We have Mackinac County Winter Maintenance Cooperative Agreements. We have award Windemuller surveillance contract. We have health lease agreements with RNG Enterprises. We have grant authority to update titles/names and policies. We have rescind calling card policy, rescind communication policy, rescind pager policy, amend remote work policy, amend child protective background policy, NCAI 2025 convention delegate/2026 dues, land lease modification Osborne, land lease Lackey, BIA right-of-way roads, BIA right-of-way utilities, authorize entering Sackler opioid settlements, out-of-state board/chair travel. Under new business, we have relinquishments, committee appointments, tribal license plates, and board concerns. Is there a motion to accept this agenda? Motion by Isaac.
Support.
Support by Kim. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries and the agenda is adopted. That brings us to our first item, which is invocation with Gerard from Traditional Medicine.
understanding how powerful a microphone can be. Just kidding. But understanding how powerful we could be if we unified. Back home, it's taken me almost over 40 years, 4 decades, to be asked as I guess, a spiritual helper to the Southeastern Ontario Chiefs. And I had my first meeting with them probably about 5 weeks ago. And one of the things that I reflected on is I just got word that my traditional brother is going to have open heart surgery anytime. And he was a chief, and he was a council. And he had 2 boys, Caleb and Chris. And those young boys, they went fire fasting and vision fasting and can hunt with the best, and they're professional guides, but they're also electricians and carpenters. And when Randy gave up politics, he said, I didn't see my boys grow. And he said, they're duplicating. He said, I want to see my grandkids grow. And I think that says a lot about how much people that sit around the political circle gives up what we don't even acknowledge, the birthdays missed, or the anniversaries missed, or the hospital visits missed. Everything that we miss in our personal life, we give up at the political circle for our communities or for our nations. And we get very, very little thanks or very, very little recognition. We are more likely to get tarred and feathered than feathered. And that goes for the community. Sometimes a lot of our community, they go through the same, where they sacrifice a lot of their family time, a lot of their anniversaries, a lot of special moments. And we too get tarred and feathered before we get feathered. And I think oftentimes if we had to pick up a gun to defend our territory, we would do it in unity. If we had to protect our territory in unity, we would do it in unity. And sometimes that's what we got to do, is come to the aids of those ones around that we can actually stand up for each other. I think about Shkukanase, my brother. Shkukanase, what his name translates to is when we put that tobacco and cedar in the fire, and that makes that sound. The crackling of that cedar, that's what his name means, Shkukanase. And I wanted to share that with us as family and community, is that we all have those moments of trial, those trying times. And misagawin we at the guy in mom the again the is that when it comes that time to stand up for each other, we will. But we don't do it often enough. And I always say that is those ones that pick each other up. We need to pick each other up, or we're going to be arrested at King's Day on Saturday. That's how important that is, to really understand that. So I wanted to share that about. We never had kings. We had chiefs, and we had beautiful leaders, and yesterday was Aboriginal Day. And I called my teacher, and he said, "What are you doing in America?" I said, "I'm watching all the white people go to work." This song I'll sing has a little bit about looking out for spirit. From where we're sitting or from where we're standing, from right where we are, from our heart. From my heart, we're looking at something really beautiful. That's why I have a mirror in my truck. I sing this song all the time to my mirror. Bushu. Ya get the minute, oh, Mama, yeah, we go as me go on it, Pony, we know Mama go on again, Mama, yeah, give my so. Mama, yeah, go again, the Schnabe, ya, Mama, yeah, and Dyke. Mama, yeah, we need on das to go on and Mama, yeah, we chip bog, yeah, we need go, yeah, Baba, Mama, yeah, we need can go on. Can I get we need on das to go on and Mam should go, ya, good in go, we need on das to go on and me, we had to go on and Mama again, and now gonna go. We are sick. Mama again, me do. Can I get we the mom the gun? We watch. We nigga ya nigga do nigga moge ya nem. Meno ya nena wa me go. Meno ya nena wa me go. We me ya ne do ya ege ya. We me ge ne do ne wa me go ne ya me ge go ne ma ya ge ne da ne ya. O de ma ge we me ge ne wa me go ya me ne do. We me ge ga Ganeshna be. We me ga Ganeshna be ya ma ben da ne ge ya ne. We are nigga, we ne ya, wa me go ya me do, we me ga nunda ne, nishna be ya ne ma ke. Which?
Thank you, Gerard. It's always a pleasure. The next item on our agenda is membership participation. So as Sioux Tribe members, you have the right to address your board of directors, and this is the opportunity to do so. So anyone that wants to speak to the board, Michelle Moore is in the back of the room. She has membership participation forms. Flag her, fill out that form. You guys can present to us in open or closed. Sometimes for sensitive matters, we put people just in closed, just to protect people's confidentiality, and there's some stuff that shouldn't be our entire membership's business. We stream our meetings on YouTube. So with that, okay, we'll bring up John Peralt. Oh, have a seat with us. Yeah, have a seat. You just got to press that button until it turns green.
I wrote for it to be enclosed.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see it circled. So this would be enclosed. So we will ask the non-employees who are here to leave. John, do you want the employees to leave as well, just the board, or are they okay to stay in?
The employees can stay.
Okay. Have a seat. We've concluded with membership participation, so that brings up our next item, which are minutes. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve minutes from 9:16 and 9:25 of 25. Motion by Isaac.
Support.
And support by Kim Hampton. Any discussion on these minutes? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you. That brings us to resolutions. The first one is School Fiduciary Committee FY26 budget modification.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2026 budget modification to School Fiduciary Committee for an increase in federal BIA revenue monies of $109,719.53, no effect on tribal support.
Motion by Isaac.
Support.
And support by Kim. Stephanie?
Hi, Stephanie Sprecher, Education Director. This budget modification approves the addition of an Assistant Education Director position to assist in the oversight of Sioux Tribe education. This request was workshopped with the board in June, and the JKL Fiduciary Committee approved this request on September 9th, 2025. Position will be fully funded by BIE administrative support cost dollars, requesting no tribal support.
So in a nutshell, this is to create an assistant education director. It won't come out of tribal support, which is obviously a good thing with our budget issues. So board discussions, there's Aaron.
So I just want to support it because you're running a whole division, and some of the work that we need to get back to is reaching out to the districts, trying to change their curriculum so it's more culturally appropriate, developing relationships in those districts, helping them to get Indian Education Title VI funding. So there's a lot more additional work that we could be doing, but you're bogged down with the day-to-day operations. And at one time, we did have this level of additional support, and it is not going to cost additional tribal support. So.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, roll call, please.
Isaac.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, so the next resolution is BIA Forestry Funds FY25 budget modification.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2025 budget modification to BIA Forestry Funds for a reallocation of expenses, no effect on tribal support.
Motion by Isaac.
Support.
And support by Larry. Danny?
Hi again, everyone. My name is Danny Fagan. I'm the Director for the Natural Resources Division. This budget modification is to allow funding for a contract to carry out necessary stand exams on Sioux Tribe trust land parcels in support of the revision of our Sioux Tribe Forest Management Plan, which is outdated.
Okay, thank you. Any board discussion? Questions, comments? Hearing none, we shall vote. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. The next resolution is Black Tern and Mud Puppy Establish FY25 budget.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the establishment of an FY 2025 budget for Black Tern and Mud Puppy with federal U.S. fisheries and wildlife revenue monies of $17,320.62, no effect on tribal support.
Support.
Motion by Isaac and support by Larry. Danny?
Sure. Again, this and the following resolutions regarding budgets were workshopped today. This project seeks to implement targeted conservation actions to support 2 coastal program focal species, black terns and mud puppies, within the Straits of Mackinac focus area, which includes the St. Mary's River. This budget supports staff time on this project, supplies, and fuel.
Awesome. Appreciate it. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. The next resolution is Coastal Wetlands Monitoring, Establish FY25 budget.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the establishment of an FY 2025 budget for coastal wetland monitoring with federal BIA revenue monies of $46,743, no effect on tribal support.
Motion by Isaac.
Support.
And support by Larry. Danny?
With this project, Sioux Tribe Natural Resources Division will carry out systematic invasive species surveillance and management in the lower St. Mary's River while working to understand wildlife response. This project is funded through the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative and also includes monoman restoration.
Thank you. Any questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. The next resolution is invasive species surveillance, establish FY26 budget.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the establishment of an FY 2026 budget for invasive species surveillance with federal BIA revenue monies of $14,497.95, no effect on tribal support.
Motion by Isaac and support by Larry. Danny?
Overall, this project also supports invasive species surveillance and wild rice restoration in the St. Mary's River, and in continuing budget cleanup. This project was originally proposed in 2020, with the most recent budget activity occurring in 2022. All project activities have been complete as of this summer, and we're seeking out to spend out the remainder of this budget on assessment-related expenses and supplies to support continued invasive species monitoring efforts and wild rice restoration.
Awesome. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Danny, you're killing it. Next resolution is Manuman Habitat Suitability, establish FY26 budget.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the establishment of an FY 2026 budget for Monoman Habitat Suitability with federal BIA revenue monies of $33,303, no effect on tribal support.
Motion by Isaac and support by Larry. Danny?
This budget will be used to support contract payment for completion of a Monoman or wild rice habitat suitability modeling project. This contract was established in previous fiscal years. Our intention is for this to be the last budget submission for this project, and we hope to close out this budget prior to March 2026.
All right. Any questions, comments? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. The next resolution is, did we cover the Manuman restoration? Okay, we just did that one. All right, so we're on established PFAS and NTN water quality testing.
Apologies, Chairman. There are two that have very similar names. There was a sixth budget related.
That's what I thought. Okay, so we're still on Manuman restoration, established FY26 budget?
Correct.
Okay. FY25 budget. Okay.
25.
Yep.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the establishment of an FY 2025 budget for Monoman restoration with federal BIA revenue monies of $8,913.09, no effect on tribal support.
Motion by Isaac. And support by Larry. Danny?
We're working to close this budget out as well. This budget will be used to buy supplies related to wild rice restoration, potentially including seed and supplies for coastal wetland-related field and office work. We're hoping to close this cost center by December.
Okay, any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Next resolution is authorize PFAS and NTN water quality testing.
Now therefore be resolved, the Sioux Tribe Board of Directors authorizes the division's contract with Wisconsin State Laboratory of Hygiene and National Atmospheric Deposition Program in the amount of $61,387.86 paid out of Federal Inflation Reduction Act and Clean Air Act funds. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the chairman of the tribe or their designee to execute any and all documents as may be necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, and intent of this resolution.
Motion by Isaac and support by Bridget. Danny?
Sure. Thank you. We're seeking approval for a contract with the parties previously mentioned. This is crucial for supporting the tribe's air quality monitoring efforts by securing professional testing services for per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS, apologies, and National Trends Network analyses. This contract is funded through IRA and Clean Air Act funding under the Inflation Reduction Act and would cover work through December 31st, 2027.
Okay, thank you, Danny. Any questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Next resolution is application to 2025 WNS grants to states/tribes.
Now therefore be resolved, the Sioux Tribe Board of Directors approves the submission of a grant proposal to USFWS requesting up to $75,000 to enhance tribal capacity in wildlife conservation, specifically to support safe and effective bat monitoring conservation work. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the chairman of the tribe or their designee to execute any and all documents as may be necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, and intent of this resolution.
Motion by Isaac.
Support.
Support by Larry. Danny?
Sure. For this one, the WNS is referring to white nose syndrome, which has caused drastic declines in bat populations since the early 2010s. NRD acknowledges that bats play a critical ecological and cultural role by contributing to insect control, pollination, and seed dispersal. And we want to build our capacity within our wildlife and forestry-related activities to monitor and handle bats. So we're seeking approval to apply for up to $75,000 in funding.
Awesome. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Next resolution is to apply the combined CAA 103 and SIRG grant.
Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the Natural Resources Division to apply for $200,000 in U.S. Environmental Protection Agency funding. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the chairman of the tribe or their designee to execute all documents, contracts, and subcontracts as may be necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, and intent of this resolution.
Motion by Isaac.
Support.
Support by Larry. Danny?
The Clean Air Act funding would support the continuation of our environmental program's air quality section, including indoor air quality assessments, a level 3 emissions inventory, community outreach, and providing comments on air quality permits and regulations. Additionally, we'll apply for the Indoor Radon Abatement Act grant, which will be incorporated into our existing performance grants, resulting in no cost share requirement. This will allow us to assist community members with understanding radon risks and addressing them.
Appreciate it. Any discussion from the board? Questions, comments? Aaron?
I have a comment. I just want to recognize you just went through a whole bunch of these. And for those who don't know, our funding should be formula funded, but it's not. We have to compete for it. And natural resources, environmental, has to nickel and dime to get funding to operate. We subsist on almost no tribal support. So I just want to give credit to our team that's excellent at going out and getting the funding and not putting a financial burden on the tribe for tribal support. During these uncertain times, a lot of the EPA fundings, environmental fundings are going away. But fortunately, like with this merging of grants, that's the way that we have to protect it. And I also want to give kudos to our legislative team and our chair's office for being on top of the consultations, for supporting and collaborating, and Mary Pavel as well, to distinguish what we do in Indian country for environmental is different from DEI and, trying to take the target off of us. So I just really appreciate you guys being hungry and going after those funds consistently time and time again. Thank you.
Well, I can contribute to those comments before we vote. Every week, every meeting, we're voting on stuff with the Natural Resource Department, which clogs up our agenda, but it's a good thing because it always means that we get funding, so we're not utilizing tribal support to pay for these programs, to pay for these services, to pay for the scientific research that's conducted. So you're doing an awesome job. You really are.
Thank you. I feel like I need to share that with the people that we're constantly bugging, including legal, executive office, budgets, and others.
We're all incredibly proud of the work that you do, everything from Manuman to, the different scientific projects that you do with the Escode project, everything. So hats off to you. But back to business. So we have a motion and a second. Oh, Isaac has his hand up? Okay,
Yeah,
go ahead,
I just
Isaac.
want to commend you on your work, and, and one thing that we can offer you is your new facility. It's looking great. It's going to be awesome,
look
and
nice.
you'll all be housed in one location. So if anybody gets a chance, drive by. It's just phenomenal.
Yeah, well, let's get a tour when it's done. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries.
Roll call.
It's a required roll call.
Do you guys want to do roll call on it?
Well,
Is
if
it
it was unanimous, it's the same thing.
So they're doing an application.
Yeah.
It's just an application. You guys okay with consensus?
Yes.
Okay, so without objection, we'll do consensus. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Isaac?
Hey, I want to make a motion to excuse Lana before I forget.
I'll support that.
Yeah, so motion and second to excuse Lena's absence. Do we have any other board members absent tonight? Okay, so those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries and that absence is excused. So thank you, Danny. Appreciate all your work. Next resolution is MIEA elder appointments.
Now therefore be resolved, the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby appoints Del Powers of St. Ignace from the alternate position to the delegate position for a 2-year period expiring in June 2027, and Diane Campo of Brimley for a 2-year period expiring in June 2027, and will exercise the duties of the delegate and alternate as outlined in the MIEA bylaws.
Motion by Isaac,
Support.
support by Kim Hampton. Katie?
So Katie Peabody, Elder Services Division. Again, we had a recently named delegate pass away after he was named. So the intent of this resolution is to move the alternate, Del Powers, into the delegate position and then appoint Diane Campo into the alternate position.
Okay, questions, comments from the board? Aaron?
There's a mistake. It doesn't say what position Diane would be appointed to. It implies it in the next, after the comma, but we should add, if we could ask without objection, to add Diane Campo Brimley for a 2-year period as alternate.
Any objections to have the resolution reflect that? Okay, hearing no objection, we'll revise that. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no more hands up, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you, Katie.
Hey, can I ask Katie? Katie, hey, the children from the school are going to pick the rest of the vegetables at the community garden. They're going to be bringing them over, just so you know.
Thank you. I love it.
All right. Next resolution is Mackinac County Whitner Maintenance Cooperative Agreements.
Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby authorizes the cooperative agreement between Mackinac County Road Commission on a duly organized county government and Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians, and authorizes expenditures up to $80,304.46 from the Transportation Maintenance Fund Cost Center 2931. Be it further resolved that the chairman or his designee is authorized and directed on behalf of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians to sign the cooperative agreement attached to this resolution as Exhibit A.
Okay, motion by Bridget and support by Kim Gravel. Wendy?
Wendy Hoffman, Transportation Planner with the Transportation Department. This resolution, if approved, will authorize an agreement with the Mackinac County Road Commission. The Road Commission will plow and apply salt and sand on 3 Mile and Mackinac Trail in Mackinac County.
Okay, thank you, Wendy. Any questions or comments from the board? Isaac?
Hey, Ryan, there's no issues with this contract?
No, legal has approved it, and we see no issues.
Anyone else? Okay, hearing none, roll call, please.
Larry?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
Tyler?
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel?
Yes.
Isaac?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Thanks, Wendy. Next resolution is award Windemuller surveillance contract.
Now therefore be resolved that the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians Board of Directors hereby approves the contract with Windemuller for $119,550. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the tribal chairman or his designee to execute any and all documents, including as may be necessary and appropriate, to carry out the terms, conditions, and intent of this resolution.
Okay, motion by Bridget.
Support.
And support by Kim Hampton. Tammy?
Hi, Tammy Graham, the Recreation Director. The Windmiller surveillance contract will replace the existing camera system that we have at the Big Bear Arena, and the new system was designed in collaboration with IT security, the facility tenants, as well as Sioux Tribe law enforcement. Requesting approval of the contract as it will enhance the public safety for all facility staff, tenants, and patrons, and the existing system is obsolete.
Okay, board discussion. Isaac?
The only thing I don't see attached is the bid recommendation from purchasing.
Are you asking her for that information right now?
Well, yeah, it's over $100,000.
Can you provide that information, Tammy?
The bid policy, it's an exclusion, it's a surveillance system, and it's, the IT security is the one that select the vendor. That's the
So are
preferred
you saying
vendor.
like surveillance stuff is exempt from the purchase
Yeah, it's in
policy
the
of bidding?
exclusion list of the purchasing
Well,
policy.
I would like to see the paragraph for that, what gives them that authority to do that. I mean, somebody telling us that, right?
So Ryan, as
Page
you know,
20.
there's certain things that are exempt from the bid process. Procuring legal services is one of them, medical services is another. Is this one of them as well?
I don't think IT is.
Page 20.
Yeah, the board recently approved an update to the purchasing policy that provided more exclusions for IT-related purchases, which this would fall under. I'll pull it up, but you said
Send it to the
page
board?
20? Yep.
Okay, anyone else? Aaron?
Comment, so is the RIS legal did sign off on it, but if we had a notation just to say it's exempt per policy.
Or put the policy in there with it.
Attached, yeah, something like
That's
that.
all I'm
Okay, anyone else? Mike?
The only other thing I would like to note is that most of our resos have the funding source on there and like a cost center. We don't have that on this one. We've been asking for all resos to be uniform and have that on resos, so we should either amend it to include what the funding source is and the cost center.
So Tammy, Bill, Holly, what's the funding source on this resolution?
Support, it says in the
It
resolution.
was approved in the 2025 budget, and it's under Cost Center 1217.
Okay. So any objection to revising the resolution to reflect that? So hearing no objection, that resolution will be amended to reflect that, right? And just as a general reminder, just include that information. The RIS is moving forward, no big deal. People forget. Is it on there already? Okay.
No, it's on RIS.
Okay. All right, good then. All right, any more discussion, guys? Okay, hearing none, roll call, please.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Isaac.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you, Tammy. The next resolution is health lease agreement with RNG Enterprises.
Now therefore it be resolved that the Sioux Tribe Board of Directors authorizes the Health Division to negotiate and enter into a commercial lease agreement with RNG Enterprises for the lease with an option to purchase of the Roy Electric property in the amount not to exceed that specified in the accompanying RIS. Be it further resolved that funding for this agreement shall be provided through ARPA funds appropriated by Indian Health Services under the annual funding agreement, and that execution of the agreement shall be subject to the satisfactory completion of all necessary and appropriate due diligence by the Health Division. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the Health Division CEO or their designee to execute any and all documents as may be necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, and intent of this resolution.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion? Motion by Mike.
I'll support.
And support by Larry. Joel?
Joel Lumsden, Assistant Health Director. Yeah, this is this RS and resolution coming to the board to get board authorization to enter into a short-term lease to evaluate the property adjacent, well, across the road from the Health Division to try to meet some of our space and expansion needs at the health center. It does offer some other areas that we are lacking as well, as such as storage, some heated storage, and obviously it's an 8-acre parcel, so we want to consider if it all works out to possibly purchase a property, and that's what I'm here for.
I appreciate that. Any questions or comments from the board? Isaac?
So are we going to take possession of the lease property to store stuff, or are we just paying them?
We're paying to lock in and do the evaluation.
Is that going to be discounted from the purchase price?
Yes. So
it doesn't say that in the lease. The other thing it doesn't say in the lease is that you're going to have an appraisal done.
Yeah, well, that was going to be included in.
What if, but you already have an amount for the purchase amount. What if the appraisal comes in a lot less?
Well, then we'll have to consider that at the time. We still have an out at that.
Brian, have you reviewed this?
Josh reviewed it and helped draft it. So the rent that we pay towards it in paragraph 5 does go to the purchase price if we opt to purchase it. The appraisal language I guess if it appraised less, then we'd have to exercise our opt-out, or we could renegotiate the
Right.
purchase price, yeah.
But are we covered under this agreement?
To opt out if it appraises less, correct.
Okay.
Anyone else? Aaron?
Just follow up from our conversation earlier today. I'm looking at the contract. The resolution says that Josh reviewed it, but I'm looking at the draft agreement, and it doesn't have an initial on each page, and it doesn't have a signature ultimately from legal. So that's the kind of stuff that I think should be every time, because it shouldn't get to this level without having a signature on every page. And the reason why we did a signature or initial on every page is because one time we had an attorney who reviewed it and gave clearance, but missed something on a page. So initial on every page means that they attest, they've seen every page.
Josh, have you reviewed this and do you have any concerns?
Yes, I have reviewed it. I drafted the contract, and the draft Health has, that is the signed copy by the other company, does have legal's initial on every page. That would be signed by the chairman. I don't know if you guys have that version in your packet or not.
So like most divisions in the tribe, we're having space issues. The health division's no different. We're busting at the seams. That's one of the reasons why next year we're hoping to break ground on the annex, which should double our size of our health division. Until then, you guys want to rent some space to, I believe, perform HR duties, store some stuff. It's 8 acres in city limits, which doesn't pop up all too often. How much is the lease per month?
$4,000 a month.
And you guys have tens of millions of dollars in your coffers. I'm fine with that, especially if legal is. Any more discussion on this? Okay. So we'll vote through consensus, just do the amount. Those in support signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you, guys. The next resolution is grant authority to update titles/names and policies.
Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby authorizes the governmental HR department to update all policies when there is a name change to tribal job title, tribal department name, and state/federal agency name. Be it further resolved, all policies updated under this resolution shall reference in the legislative history the resolution number of this resolution and state the titles and names that were updated in the policy. Be it finally resolved that the authority granted from this resolution shall remain in place until this resolution is rescinded or amended to modify the authority granted.
Okay, motion by Isaac
Support.
and support by Kim Hampton. Ashley, Joel?
Good evening, Josh Elliott, Legal Department. This resolution is seeking granting standing authority to the HR department to be able to update all their policies to reflect the proper names of jobs, departments, or federal or state agencies that are referenced in those policies when there is a name change, to keep all our policies up to date without having to bring them back to just make a resolution to update a name in a policy.
Appreciate that. Any board discussion? Okay, hearing none. Those in support signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Good, Bridget.
Seeing as though these next policies are.
Group them together?
Them in one.
Oh, I'm ahead of you, Bridget. I'm ahead of you. Is there any opposition to covering the next 3 resolutions all together? If you guys want to extend beyond that, we can. So that would include rescind calling card policy, rescind communication policy, rescind pager policy. Some of these are so archaic. Do we even issue a pager in the tribe anymore, you know? And we can go beyond that to amend remote work policy and amend child protection background policy as well, if you want to do it all in one. You guys 4? Okay, well, let's just do that last one on its own then. All right, so I'd like to entertain a motion for rescind calling card policy, rescind communication policy, rescind pager policy, and amend remote work policy. Okay, motion by Isaac and support by Bridget. Real quickly, could you sum up these?
Sure. Ashley Samuelson, Interim HR Director for Governmental. So the first 3, calling card, communication, and pager, are all just completely out of date for 2025, and they do not apply at all right now. And the remote work policy is just simply updating it to have more return. If people are continuing on to do remote work, they're just coming back after 90 days to do a reevaluation. That's all.
Very good. Questions, comments? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. So the next resolution that we'll cover is amend child protection background policy.
Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Directors of the tribe hereby adopts the attached amendments to the Child Protection Background Check Investigations Policy.
Motion by Isaac,
I think Bridget said support.
supported by Bridget. Okay, could you cover this, please?
This resolution is seeking to amend the Child Protection Background Investigation Policy. We workshopped this with the board back in August and then brought it to the policy review group in September to discuss the changes. So the changes being proposed are to help speed up the hiring process. Right now, we are over adjudicating all positions as requiring a background check under this policy. So it is to streamline the hiring process for positions that don't require a background check under the definition of this policy. It is changing the definition of regular contact and control with children, which requires a adjudicated background check to be one-on-one contact in a non-public setting at least once per week for an employee or a volunteer. It is modifying the applicable positions under the policy to be anyone over 18 who has regular contact with or control over children, sticking to the guidelines of the federal laws and not adding any leeway to add any other positions to require an adjudicated background check. Right now, an adjudicated background check takes about 3 to 4 weeks to be completed. And the other change is to remove the procedures from the policy and setting them up as a separate standalone procedures like it is with all our other policies. And when we discussed this amendment to the policy, ACFS and Education brought their concerns forward with if this would have any impact on their licensing, and legal reviewed all their licensing requirements, and all proposed changes are within their licensing requirements.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Josh. Any questions, comments from the board? I appreciate the thoroughness. Okay, hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Much appreciated. The next resolution is NCAI 2025 Convention Delegates / 2026 dues.
Any objection to waiving the reading?
Okay, hearing no objection, the reading will be waived. Is there a motion? Motion by Aaron.
Support.
Support by Kim Hampton. Jess?
Yep, Jessica Dembeck, CEO for Governmental Operations. I'm here on behalf of Mike McCoy, our Legislative Director. This resolution is requesting approval of our annual dues for NCAI in the amount of $12,000. In addition, it designates our tribal chairman as our delegate and our remaining board members as alternates, along with our Legislative Director and our Gaming Commission Executive Director.
Okay, thank you, Jess. Any questions or comments from the board? Aaron?
I'd like to make a motion to exclude the signature line after each delegate and alternate. I did check with NCAI, that's not a requirement, so I don't know why it's there, and it's just going to put more work on our staff to have to get all of our signatures. So make a motion to strike the signature lines for the delegates and the alternates.
Okay, so there's a motion to amend to reflect what Aaron just stated. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, seconded by Mike. Any discussion there? Okay, hearing none, just to vote on the amendment. Those in support signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, those abstaining, motion to amend successfully passes. That brings us to the amended resolution. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, those abstaining, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next resolution is land lease modification, Osborne.
Any objection to waiving the reading on this as well?
Any objection to the reading being waived? Okay, hearing none. I'd like to entertain a motion. Motion by Isaac
Support.
and support by Kim Hampton. Helen, could you cover this for us, please?
Helen Wilkins, Director of Real Estate and Property Management for Sioux Tribe. This resolution is for authorization for the tribal chairman and tribal treasurer to execute a residential land lease modification for the property located at 1 Christian Drive in Kinchlow to Bruce Osborne by adding Sharon Nelson for the property mentioned in the resolution. I agree that this is in the best interest of the tribe and the tribal member to approve this residential land lease.
Okay, thank you, Helen. Any discussion from the board? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. The next resolution is land lease Lackey.
Any objection to waiving reading on this one?
Any objection to the reading being waived? Hearing no objection, we shall waive the reading. I'd like to entertain a motion. Motion by Isaac.
Support.
Support by Kim Hampton. Helen?
This resolution is for authorization for the tribal chairman and the tribal treasurer to execute a residential land lease for the property located at 45 and 47 Duke Lake Road here in Kinchelo to Michelle Lackey and John Lackey for that property mentioned with the resolution. I agree that this is in the best interest of the tribe and the tribal member to approve this residential land lease.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you, Helen. Have a good night.
Thank you. You too.
All right, the next resolution is BIA right-of-way roads.
Now therefore be resolved that the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians Tribal Board of Directors hereby maintains its existing jurisdiction over the land, activities, and persons within the right-of-way, and this grant does not diminish to an extent, A, the tribe's power to tax the land, any improvement on the land, or any person or activity within the right-of-way, B, the tribe's authority to enforce tribal law of general or particular application on the land subject to and within the right-of-way, as if there were no grant of right-of-way. C, the tribe's inherent sovereign power to exercise civil jurisdiction over non-members on Indian land, or D, the character of the land subject to the right-of-way as Indian country under USC 1151. Be it further resolved that the United States Bureau of Indian Affairs shall be the owner of any permanent improvements constructed during the term of the grant, and said permanent improvements, appurtenances, fixtures, and equipment placed within the right-of-way shall be removed, or an option for landowner to take possession of the title to the permanent improvement, or as otherwise negotiated. Be it further resolved, the grant of right-of-way may not be amended. Be it further resolved, this easement may not be assigned without applicable consent and BIA approval within 30 days. Support.
Okay, so Bridget's making a motion to approve BIA right-of-way roads and BIA right-of-way utilities. Is there a second?
That was me.
Second by Kim Hampton. Maria, could you cover both these first, please? My bad, Vern.
Neither did I.
Veronica, you on here?
Yep, there we go. I had a hard time unmuting. Good evening. I'm Veronica Beaumont. I'm the operations manager for the Sioux Tribe Housing Authority. And this right-of-way is a request, well, the right-of-ways are requesting permission to lay infrastructure, including but not limited to roadways, sidewalks, crosswalks, as well as utilities on the property in St. Ignace, Michigan, that we refer to as the Savard property.
Okay, appreciate it, Vern. Questions or comments on either of these resolutions? Okay, hearing none. Those in support signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you, Vern.
You're welcome.
The next resolution is authorize entering Sackler opioid settlement.
Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Directors does hereby authorize and approve entering into the tribal participation forms to effectuate the settlement with the Sackler family pursuant to the terms as described in the tribal participation forms. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the tribal chairman or his designee to execute any and all documents as may be necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, and intent of this resolution.
Motion by Bridget, which is supported by Isaac. Okay, can you cover this, please?
Yeah, Ryan Mills, Legal Department. So this will authorize the tribe entering into a settlement with the Sackler family. They are the owners of Purdue Pharma. This stems from the multiple court cases against opioid manufacturers that we've seen over the years and had multiple settlements stem from. This was a bifurcated process with the Purdue Pharma bankruptcy, and the Sackler family came to terms with the state and the tribes in their own separate settlement outside of the bankruptcy process. If we approve this, It will give our outside legal team the permission to opt into that settlement. If we get 85% or more of the tribes to participate, then we'll get the maximum payout spread across the tribes. The amount our tribe will get is to be determined depending on participation, and it'll be paid out over 15 years starting in 2026 in annual installments.
Okay, any board discussion? Okay, hearing none, we'll vote. Any objection to voting via consensus? Okay, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you.
All right, last resolution on the agenda this evening is titled Out-of-State Board/Chair Travel.
Now therefore be it resolved that out-of-state tribal board and chairperson travel must be specifically approved by the tribal board of directors in advance at a duly called meeting during annual appropriations or via a tribal board consensus and subsequently approved at a duly called tribal board meeting. Any travel expenses incurred outside of the process are subject to billing, collections, and payroll deduction.
Okay, is there a motion? Going once. Motion by Sean. Is there support? Twice. All right, so we have a motion and support. Board discussion, questions, comments? Well, Sean, would you like to speak first as the sponsor?
Yes, I would.
Ready, go ahead.
I've been questioned about travel by a lot of members in my unit. This was put on here about 70 days ago, and I thought we were going to talk about it in a board workshop, and I put it back on tonight. Just because I think the members should know where we're traveling instead of everybody just freelancing in travel. I think the transparency that we ran on when we got elected should be out there, and I just feel there should be some more accountability in our travel expenses, and especially since our finances are not as good as they were 3 years ago. I think we should report on this better.
So questions, comments from the board? Everyone okay if I ask first? No one else has anything? Go ahead then, Mike.
Just quickly, we had talked about this when this got brought up the first time, and there's no changes on this, and I understand that we haven't had the workshop on it, but we did workshop on it? I know we discussed it, but I think it was only at the agenda review. So we talked about doing a transparency thing where we were going to start reporting our travel and all that. So where are we at on that portion before?
So we threw out some ideas, but nothing hit a resolution. So some of the compromises were, instead of voting on each travel, maybe apply like a 25 or 30 or 50% reduction from the board budget with what our travel is. It could be publishing quarterly in the tribal paper, who attended what, all that kind of stuff. But those are just ideas that came out from the brainstorming session. Nothing hit resolution though.
Okay, nothing concrete yet. Thank you.
Okay. Aaron.
Well, you know what I don't like about it is if a board member has an issue with an individual board member's travel as excessive or dilatory or unnecessary, then why don't they bring that forward? Because for the most part, I gave a couple examples today of the work that we do on a national level to try to impact our tribe is good. Do I think that everybody needs to go to G2E or Las Vegas? Probably not. But I don't want to get into a system where we're calling those individual board members out to deny their travel, because I just have a feeling, depending on the day and the mood of the board, I'll probably get denied for everything. And I think it is important for us to do travel. So I think if board members have, I think this is dilatory because this has not changed since last time. We did have a workshop. It was asserted today that we didn't, but we did. And I do think there's some things we should do probably differently. But I think that, I don't think this is in order. So I'm not going to make any motions to that effect, but I think it's dilatory because we addressed this already once. There wasn't support to do it. So I say let's move on.
Okay, anyone else? So I don't know what the remedy is, Sean, but I agree with you that our travel is excessive. It just flat out is. I don't go to G2E anymore because I don't really learn anything that justifies the cost. As a new board member, I thought it was fantastic. I think all board members should go to G2E, they should go to self-governance, stuff like that, but there's really not enough stuff that's changes year to year to justify my attendance, to justify me being away from my family. It's 2 time zones away. I don't particularly like Las Vegas. When I go, I party my butt off, and then I'm hungover when I get home, and it's just not the tribe's responsibility to send me out there, period. I mean, I've been to those parties. People can't BS me about it. It's kind of a party. I think that we need to continue to go to all the government-to-government consultations. I appear on all of them via Zoom, if there's a Zoom option, because it saves money. If there's just an in-person option, I go that route. I try to be as frugal as possible. I stay in Airbnbs. Once I was robbed in an Airbnb. The person got arrested for felony burglary, and I stay there because it saves the tribe money. I've carpooled to different events. We don't have a balanced budget. Everyone knows that. And we're all going to need to work together to cut costs, to get it balanced. And it all boils down to what sacrifices that we're willing to make, because there will be pain and suffering that is felt across this tribe to balance it. So that could mean a reduction in positions, reduction in services. And I want to see a board that's willing to step up and make sacrifices too. So if that means don't travel for a little while until we have a balanced budget, that's fine. Take motor pool cars. I've begun taking motor pool when they are available. They are safe. We have a motor pool department that does a damn fine job taking care of them. I believe 4 out of 6 of those vehicles are all-wheel drive, and it saves money for the tribe. So that program is run through the casino, and our tribal board office sends a certain amount of money per miles, but at the end of the day, that pays off a tribal lease that then becomes a tribal asset instead of my lease, you know what I mean? So, and it's not the tribe's responsibility. So, Sean, I don't know what the answer is, but I'm behind you, you know what I mean? I'm behind you. I travel more than anyone, and my costs are a fraction of what some of them are, so, but I don't know. So, Aaron.
So my travel is one of the least, so I'm not saying this because I want a big travel budget, but I'm going to make a motion to table until we can walk through, have a conversation, but come to some definitive sort of actions that we can take and do it that way.
All right, so there's a motion to table which suspends debate. Is there a second? Going once?
I'll second it.
All right, so motion and second to table. Roll call on that, please.
Michael.
Yeah.
Kimberly Gravel.
No.
Sean. Aaron.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Bridget.
No.
Isaac.
No.
Rob.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
No.
Larry.
No.
5-6.
So 5 yeses, 6 noes, so motion to table fails. Ryan, can I call on you real quick? So how would this work if this resolution passed? So would we vote on the travel when we pass the budget? Would we figure out which conferences we're sending people to, how many people? Or let's say Aaron wants to go to NCAI. Does that have to hit an agenda that everyone has to vote on? Like, what's this look like practically?
So the way I read the resolution, because it says via line item, it looks like the intent is for notice to be given to all the board members of when travel is going to occur. And so then a meeting is called, or it happens at a regularly scheduled meeting, both at the annual appropriations and subsequently at another meeting. So it's kind of worded both ways. We have to appropriate the funds, but then
So a lot of it's-
approve each travel individually, even though the funds are already appropriated, unless I'm misreading but that's what it appears to me to read in that.
Would you have the possibility to follow that process quarterly? So someone could come forward and say, hey, I want to pass a budget modification to the board's travel because over the course of the next 3 months, we have this conference, that conference, that conference. I polled my board colleagues. This is how many people want to go. Roughly, this is how much it costs to attend. All these meetings within the next 3 months, can it be handled that way?
I believe that would be within the intent of this resolution, yes. So because the money's already appropriated, then you're saying, here's the next 3 months of travel, and then you're approving the specific travel. That would be in line with this, yes.
Okay, Rob, then Sean.
That was actually going to be my suggestion. I agree we need to do something about travel, and the major piece that needs to happen is the transparency to the membership. So that should be done in public. I don't like the idea that the board has to approve individual travel. What we should do is put together a quarterly or biannually schedule and determine who's going then, because whether or not someone gets approved is going to vary based on the political circumstances of the time, which shouldn't be. We should be selecting the best director in each individual field to represent us and who could yield the most positive effect for the tribe. I don't think that's going to be done meeting by meeting. I think that's going to be done quarterly or biannually. So if this is to pass, that's what I would support.
So we all want to save money, but we don't want the board to play favorites, play politics. Like, all right, Kim wants to go somewhere, but I'm mad at Kim this month due to how she voted, so I'm going to try to punish her. So what can we do to make it so it isn't retaliatory, but it's fair and it cuts costs? Does anyone have any suggestions, or is this the... Go ahead, Sean.
Well, I was going to comment on that, what Aaron said. I guess I can be an adult, and, I'm not going to refuse somebody to travel because I don't like them. That's not being an adult. It's not board member to board member. This is a transparency thing. I actually liked when I read our attorney's paperwork today, the way he listed all the travel he has upcoming. I think if we did that, even, the members would like that. I don't personally think anybody's going to say, I don't like Mike, I don't like Aaron, I'm not voting for that. That's childish stuff. I'm never going to do that. I'm going to let people travel wherever they want to, if it's justifiable, and they bring back something to the membership. That's all I'm asking for.
Okay, Kim, the mic.
Sometimes we don't get a notice about something going on until a month, the month it's happening, because we just got a couple today there saying something's coming up in a couple weeks. So I don't see it as being plausible that we could approve people's travel that quick. I think if we do a monthly, quarterly report to the membership, that would be good, because when I look at our unit reports, almost everybody reports what they have done and where they have been. So I think a quarterly report would be good. I don't think we should be approving each other's travels, because you're right, it is childish, but it will happen.
What are you guys' thoughts on having a quarterly report in the tribal paper, not reliant on board members listing it and having all the costs associated with it? I'm just going to be honest, very few people read the unit reports. If you guys are saying bad things about me in your unit reports, don't waste your time. I don't read them. You know what I mean? You read that garbage, it ruins your whole day. And I think that's the case for a lot of our members. So what are you guys' thoughts on that? Yeah? Sean? What about a 25% reduction in the board budget for travel plus quarterly publication of where we're going and how much it costs? I think that's a good compromise, right? Aaron? Sorry, go ahead.
I don't disagree with any of those that you just proposed, but that's not what this is. The other aspect is if we do a 25% reduction, is it going to get eaten up by one or two individuals versus the whole of the board? So I think if we're going to do this, we should be doing it right and maybe put an individual cap on each board member and then have limited delegation at each event unless approved by this body. So if we were going to have a G2E or even an NCAI, we send two, and then if we're going to do any more than two, we approve it here. But getting into your travel, if you get invited somewhere and we aren't meeting, I don't think we should have to do a special meeting just to go approve your travel somewhere. So I'm not supportive of this as is. I think it needs work. That's why I was supportive of the tabling. I don't think we can fix it all right here, because I think we'll just make it worse than what we're trying to accomplish. But I do believe in the transparency. I think if we're going to go down this road, caps and then limit delegation, I think will be the way to go. But until that's in here, I don't think we can just amend it tonight and fix it all tonight.
We're not going to be able to amend it. So if you were to amend it, it would look so different from the original resolution, it would be out of order. But if this was to die due to lack of support, or if it was tabled, I would suggest 10 o'clock next Tuesday, we talk about this in open, and then later on that meeting, we put something on there as a placeholder. You know what I mean? Because I agree with you, Sean. It's excessive. You know, there's some low-hanging fruit. I mean, you can have a simple reduction in the travel budget. We're most likely going to have to ask the different departments in the tribe to do something similar. Per Mike's suggestion, you shouldn't have a couple board members hog all the travel. We should be taking turns. We should be policing each other and being disciplined. And with publishing it, I think sometimes the best solution is sunlight.
Yeah.
I really do. So, Aaron.
I motion to have this referred to next Tuesday's workshop to be held at 10 a.m. time certain.
Okay, so we have a motion to table, seconded by
referred.
Aaron. Well,
Refer to workshop. 10 o'clock
referred,
next
table, whatever. All right, so we have a motion and second. Debate is suspended, so roll call on that, please.
Aaron,
Yes.
Bridget,
No.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Larry,
Yes.
Tyler,
No.
Kimberly Hampton,
No.
Michael,
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel, Isaac, Rob,
Yes.
Table. Referred.
6-5.
Okay, 6 yeses, 5 noes, so the table, referral, whatever we want to call it, successfully passes.
Difference.
So Sean, we're going to talk about this next Tuesday, 10 o'clock. Going to need Bill Connolly here, talk about finances. So he did a cost-benefit analysis of using motor pool versus private vehicles. He found cost savings there, so you should be here, Bill, Holly, to answer questions regarding that. Also, the motor pool department should be here as well. They manage those vehicles. If there's any questions about what they can provide, where they can provide, it'd be good if they're here as well. Isaac, do you have something to add?
Are we going to talk about all travel throughout the tribe? I think we should. I had a motion on the agenda
You can talk about it, yeah.
a couple months ago. And it got
Suspend non-essential
tabled,
travel, out of travel support.
I want to make one other comment. When you passed unbalanced budget, right, you said you're going to dig into this stuff, and we have yet to do it. So it's time to do it. So let's dig into it and do it.
Aaron?
Because you called on him, and even though it's referred, so I remember when I was in elementary school, if somebody did something wrong and the teacher couldn't find out who did it, then everybody got punished. And I think this approach to punishing the entire board, because there's apparently some concern with some individual board members' travel, that's not the right way to set policy. Confront it directly. If somebody's excessive travel and it's very expensive, address that by setting a limit for how much each board member can travel. But what I don't think is going to be smart, and Kim hit the nail on the head, is we shouldn't be childish, but that is exactly what will happen. And all the good work that some of us are doing at the national level or state level, and well, I guess this would affect state. And also, this resolution was born out of hatred, attacking an individual board member. And I got blamed for it, and I don't care. I got thick skin. You can blame me all you want. But I didn't bring it forward. The board passed it, but it was targeted. So that's where this came from, and it's ill-gotten good. So I think we should do something. So that's why I tried to table it. Let's come up with something sensible that doesn't limit our individual ability to advocate and represent our tribe. That's why we're elected individually. We're not elected to do that through the eyes of other board members.
So the results of that workshop might not be the resolution that Sean brings forward. I mean, bring those arguments, bring that point of view next Tuesday. Maybe we'll get an improvement. Sean?
Well, I don't know about that last comment about if you think I put this resolution in place for targeting one board member, that's incorrect.
I didn't say that.
Okay, well, that's the way you came across. I would never target one individual board member. I target things that are the right thing to do. And if excessive travel is excessive, it's excessive. There's no way around it. Federal level, state level, it's excessive, bottom line.
Okay, Rob, do you have a comment? Then we'll move on.
No, I just wanted to clarify that my motion was intended to make sure that the workshop was an open session.
It will be. All right, guys, let's move on to new business. The first item under new business is relinquishments. So I would like to entertain a motion to accept the relinquishment of Justine E. Ness.
Motion.
Okay, a motion by Larry and support by Isaac. Ryan, do you want to talk about the specifics of this? This is the ICWA one.
I don't know if it's necessary. This is a relinquishment. It's at the request of the person.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, so you guys are okay? No legal explanation? Okay. All right, so those in support signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. That brings us to committee appointments. Any objection to handling each unit as a whole? So hearing no objection, that's what we'll do. I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the appointments/reappointments in Unit 2 Hessel Elder Subcommittee for Terry Milligan, Ken Lively, and Susan Lively. Motion. Okay, motion by Isaac, and who supported it? Oh, so Bridget motioned it and Isaac supported. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. That brings us to Unit 4. I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the reappointment and appointment of Carol Strausser and Carla Miller to the Unit 4 Manistique Elder Subcommittee.
Motion.
Support.
Motion by Larry and support by Kim Hampton. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. That brings us to the Elder Advisory Committee. I'd like to entertain a motion to reappoint Del Powers to that committee. Motion by Bridget.
Support.
Support by Sean. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. That brings us to the Child Welfare Committee. I'd like to entertain a motion to appoint Tracy Dow to that committee. Motion by Isaac.
Support.
And support by Mike. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. And finally, that brings us to the Higher Education Committee. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve of Kurt Babcock as the chairperson and Cheryl Hammock as the vice chairperson of that committee. A motion by Isaac and support by Aaron. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. That brings us to tribal license plates. Sean?
From researching this, it's been put into place or talked about years ago from previous boards. And as Aaron spoke earlier, why it was never instituted for money reasons or whatever, we don't know. And then me and Isaac talked about putting this in place, and then I see our chairman had the attorney research it as well. So this wasn't done because of what Bay Mills is doing or anything. I just think this is long overdue for our members, especially in the 7-county area, if we can get that approved by the Secretary of State. And I think it needs to move forward.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Sean. So Aaron, Isaac?
So I appreciate both Sean and Isaac bringing it forward, and also the work that our team did in addressing it with Secretary Benson last week, or was it this week? Last week. I think was incredibly effective, especially when you confronted that we don't want to share any revenue. We want that revenue to be our own. And I put a pin in it because I wanted our team to see that she's a personal friend of mine, and I've addressed this with her 8 years ago, 7 years ago, 6 years ago, 4 years ago, and whatever our politics are or whatever that prevented it, she's been waiting. She's been waiting for us to follow through. So that means that she's chomping chomping at the bit to have a delivery of something. She happens to be running for something right now, so that might factor into it. But we want to get this because she's going to be term limited out. And she did get the highest number of statewide votes in the last election cycle, so she's got a pretty good chance. But she wants to get this done for us, and she expressed that at our meeting last week.
Thank you, Aaron. Isaac?
Yeah, Sean and I will be submitting a resolution on Thursday to implement this in a time period, so it doesn't, we seem to drag our feet on a lot of things that we should be doing, so I just want to make sure it gets implemented.
So to add some more details on this, so I, along with staff and some board members, attended the Tribal State Summit in Lansing earlier this week, and one of the people that we met with is our Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, and the big topic that we discussed is how we develop license plates for the Sioux Tribe. So we've always had it, well, not always, for a very long time, we've had a chapter in our code that authorizes us to do so. However, we haven't worked with the state to implement that. So we have a Secretary of State that's been incredibly supportive of Indian country. She's entered similar agreements with other tribes. She's been right here on our reservation handing out food for distributions for Feeding America. She's been a wonderful ally, wants to work with us in her remaining time in office, and that's what we'll do. So Isaac, Sean, work with legal, work with EDC, figure out how much time they're going to need to develop this the right way, and put it on an agenda, and I'll vote for it, because we want to get the ball rolling. We don't want to lose our steam, so appreciate that. So does anyone have any board concerns this evening? I do. Okay. It's closed? Okay. All right, so we have board concerns. Any objection to handling that after the meeting's done, Kim? That way we can adjourn and send people home? Okay. So without objection then, meeting adjourned? Hearing no objection, meeting adjourned. Board members, stick around. Kim wants to talk about something. It'll be in closed, so thank you, everybody.